some reason, my old account is locked on both this and Wizard 101. I'm assuming. Why the fuck are you like that? Wait a second. Why the fuck did you move to over there? Wait a second. Wait, why are you over here? The fuck? I'm so confused.
Get down! She's going to blow! That's one of these prisoners. Check the ones down there, monkey.
I'm on it. Is this the prisoner we're looking for?
Why are you like this? There. Well, that worked. There we go. Jesus fucking Christ. Why is it... Dude, what the fuck? Let's do this. Let's just do that. Now let's try this. Okay, fine. Let's... And then do this. There we go. Jesus fuck. Why was that so complicated? What the fuck? Sorry, I have COVID currently, so that's why I sound congested as shit. But yeah, no. As I was trying to say earlier before this whole thing just went fucking south. For some reason, Wizard 101 and Pirate 101 are... My old account is blocked. It's locked. It's something. I don't know. I don't know why. I'm just assuming. I'm really just honestly assuming it has something to do with the fact that that account hasn't been touched over years, and I think they just locked it to save like space or whatever, because a lot of people have the same issue. Found a subreddit that's like 4 years old. Not sorry, I found a Reddit thread that's like 4 years old. Everyone's having those issues, but again, they shouldn't really be having. I don't know. So I'll make it a whole new account. Fine. Yeah.
Hard to say. You there! You're standing on me blindside. Are you a boy or a girl?
I mean, if I'm saying on your blind side, he should be on the tech. You know what? Fuck it. I've got some other accounts. Let's. Don't want to do a girl. God damn it, I feel like I was fucking running. Fuck, it's not even running, it's cool. Fuck me. Actually, I like this outfit.
What's your name, pirate?
Husky. Husky Victoria.
I told you, she is the one.
Did you tell him, Monkey? Did you?
Maybe so. If ye are who you say ye are, prove it.
How?
We know you're an orphan. How'd you lose your parents?
Okay. A shipwreck on the store. Quidditch store. Nah, we won't there.
Blasted by the Armada, were they?
Clockwork fiends. There was no dishonor in dying for the resistance.
I forgot the monkey's technically French. I fucking the stereotypical having the French guy say resistance.
So, who raised you then? Where'd you grow up?
Marley Tokyo, Grizzlehide. That's actually interesting because I liked her outfit, and there's a reason why I said husky. Do I want you to be naturally tough? I don't want you to. Valid question. Valid. What the fuck is bitch want? I would say board score. No.
Ye were raised in far-off Grizzleheim. A bear clan took ye in, I take it.
Only the strong survive in Grizzleheim. You must be tough indeed.
So how'd ye end up locked in this brig? What crime did the Armada arrest ye for?
Treason, witch doctor, musketeer.
Arrested for brawling with Armada troops? Good for you!
You must be a buccaneer. Buccaneers are exceedingly tough and strong.
Sounds so weird.
What distinguishing marks have you got? You know, hair color and style, expression and whatnot.
That she looks good.
A pirate must dress to impress. How do you present yourself?
you're gonna need a flag. Every self-respecting pirate needs a flag. Select an icon for your flag. Use the color buttons to choose its base and trim colors.
Now choose how the field behind the icon is arranged. Use the color buttons to choose the base and trim of your flag's field.
The colors you pick for your flag will also be used by your crew for their uniforms, so you can keep track of them in a fight. Now let's get you out of this confounded cell. There's pirating to be done. The door! She's jammed! The bulkhead's bent!
On South Wales.
Well, now what are we supposed to do?
Broke free. Quick, use your arrow keys and go through that hole there. Make your way back around to us. Help me! Run over to the cell and press the X key to talk to the prisoner.
Hey, you said you can talk. You can talk and stuff. I don't remember. I thought the first guy you got was always the same person. I didn't know the next person. I didn't realize the first person you got was a classmate. But that doesn't make sense. Because that doesn't make sense. I remember the horse. It's like, I remember the horse.
Quickly, use that lever. Get me out of here.
The X key lets you use objects. Run to the lever and press X now.
I can guess the first person.
I thank you. I am Kobe Yojimbo, samurai from far off Mushu. Take me with you. I will follow you with honor.
You've gained a companion. He will fight for you in battle.
Come on, pirate! Find us quick! What took you so long? Let's get out of here before we get blown to bits!
Run up the stairs at the end of the hall.
What? This? Poachbeard! Trying to steal my pride? You ruffian!
Why is it cutting in and out? Well, I want to see something. Graphics are too fucking high or something? Deacon. Spy
Master of the Armada.
I think we're in trouble.
Now,
Ayler, I'm a cat.
a jailer.
You rue the day you put me in chains. I think not. The
I think not.
escape. Take them.
The prisoner
Battle angels are Armada's
I must-
warriors.
It is high
Learn that you're a trifle.
time you buffoons learned who your trifle.
Is it the
The battle board! Use it to order.
full
Use your mouse to choose a target or destination.
You go first. Click on that Armada Angel.
Effect. Click done
Why is he?
to end your turn.
Alright.
Look out! Now,
If your health falls below 0, you'll be knocked out.
Okay, what the actual fuck is going on here?
Turn. Click the hurt angel to knock her out.
Even fuck with. I don't even know what the fuck.
Time to leave.
that's it! Now click done!
Bro, this is getting fucking insane.
One down!
And the same happens here.
Tu play fort! Keeps! Perfect! Click done! End your turn!
So fast. Can defy the might of the Armada.
Not so fast. Do you think you could defy them? Right? What are those?
Surrender.
Make me destroy you. Don't bother, lads.
Don't bother. Lads!
It seems we underestimated you.
Young pirate, you'll regret
Young.
enemy of the Armada. Enjoy your freedom.
You'll regret making an enemy of the Armada.
The blast nearly did me, and I barely see. Pirate, use the rope to my shit. Take the helm, you'll get us.
That blast nearly did me in. Like it now. Time to learn to maneuver. Use the right. That's navigation in a nutshell, pirate. You're a.
We're gonna use this. Press X.
Put some wind in her. That's better.
Yeah, I know we're going.
Now, set course for the docks at Skull Island.
Oh no!
Awesome.
Another! They're still with us! Do we engage, Captain?
In broadside come. Not now. You'll have time to learn that. Let's hit the wind button or the Z key to give her a boost. Full speed ahead.
They're giving
Oh shit! It is.
up!
Oh,
We've done it!
That's better. Now. Set.
not yet. There.
We
Good. Good hunting!
On the run from the Armada, are you? Well, I run a pirate haven here, not a charity. If you want me to hide you, you'll have to work for it. One of my more willful crewmen, a buccaneer named Finn, stole a jade amulet from me. I need it back. Finn fled to Skull Mountain and roused the Troggies. Now they're bombarding us. Get my amulet back. Report to Chief Rigby at the West Bastion. If you're to be a pirate, you'll need a ship. Do this right, and I'll give you one. You have my word of honor. Do we have an accord?
Ahoy there! Keep your head down, unless you're looking to be blown up. Blasted Troggies. They've gone mad, they have. You want to help? We need to stop this bombardment. Go find Bonnie Ann. She went across the bridge to teach the Troggies a lesson. You'll do more good there.
So I guess the first person is class. Man, that's true.
So who are you then? Avery sent you? Good. You've come just in time. That Finn, he's a wily one. He riled up the Troggies till they're mad as badgers. The slimy devils raided us last night. Took half our powder stores. Now they're flinging it back at the town. We're trying to fight back, but there's too many of them. Soften them up a bit and I'll help you find Finn. Report to Lieutenant Smollett after.
Yeah, first person to get this done. Well,
Look at the footprints. There is a safe path here.
You're in combat! Later, you can have up to 4 pirates in a fight. But we'll get to that. You don't need to tell your companions how to fight. They can do it on their own.
Select companions to give specific orders. Unselected companions make their own.
decisions.
If you don't like this feature, go to settings and disable it. Arr, he found treasure. Collect the gold before it disappears. Victory! After you win a fight, no enemies will attack you for a few seconds, so you can get to a safe place. Smartly done, pirate. Now we'll show these croaking fiends the error of their ways.
Well done. You have room for another on your crew, Captain.
Finn fled up the trail. I'd wager he's hiding in the Skull Cave. I sent 2 of my best scouts, Livesey and Shepard, up the trail to see. They've been gone for hours. Go see if the Troggies got them. If Livesey and Shepard are alive, they'll know where Finn is.
Probably dead. So they aren't dead. They really kind of should be dead. Level it up.
Yes, my lord. Your command. Aye.
NPCs just walk past you. That wouldn't treat any other say that would treat.
You there! Help! Say, Kevin, you're here. You need to get me out of here, and right quick, before the Troggies come back. I can't get the lock open. We need the key. One of the Troggy shamans must have it. Bring me that key. Thank you, pirate. I thought I'd never get out of there. Want Finn, do you? He's up the trail, but he's not alone. There's a whole gang of sharks up here. Cutthroats by the look of them. They set up a camp across the bridge. They're up to something. Shepard and I found him, but the sharks attacked and we got separated. I didn't see Finn, but he must be near. You attack the cutthroats to draw them away. I'll sneak into their camp and see what I can find. When I'm done, I'll hide in the mouth of the Skull Cave. We'll meet again there.
You're getting stronger. Time for your companions to join in. Type U to open companion management.
Companions have levels just like you. Spend training points to raise a companion's level.
You can get more training points from gaining levels, training tomes, or from quests. Look under the companion display window to see how many training points you have.
Now click your lowest level companion to select them.
This must be the Skull Cave, the perfect place to find a thief.
And there are the cutthroats. Let's go pick a fight.
Who's gonna make it 3 first? Oh, you may. Yeah. Roll it. No, I'll let you decide.
Bonsai! What? Hey, hey, Okay. On it. At once.
The Soul Saber. Great.
pirate. During your diversion, I found this note. Listen to this.
Our buyer won't be here for a while. I'll be in the temple. When the buyer arrives, bring him to me. The temple entrance is in the Skull Cave.
We've come too far to turn back now. Into the cave. Look up there, a chest. You should open it.
You've got a new bit of gear. To put it on, click the...
This is your backpack. Anything you find or buy will be kept here. Mouse over any item to see what it does.
To use the item, double-click on its icon, or click it once, then click the Equip button. That's it. To remove the item, double-click it again, or just use another item like it from your pack.
Here, behind the waterfall. We've found it. Looks like we'll have to cut our way through.
I remember this.
Getting lost? Your quest arrow will point where you need to go, but you can...
These tunnels are crawling with crocodigators, but we can sneak past them if we keep to the walls. That water's too deep and too fast. We'll never make it.
She is right. We must find another way.
You there! Come here! Quick! Livesey sent you? Very good. When Livesey and I split up, I made me way in here. Been trapped here for hours, watching and listening. Finn's down the tunnel a ways in the throne room. But there's a problem. The villain flooded the tunnels. There's a raging river blocking the way. We gotta drain this water. The shrine here is the solution. Press the keystones and the 3 statues in it, and the main drain will open. Second problem. There's troggies holed up in there. Finn's goons said the devils drove them out. I reckon they won't take kindly to you lot breaking in.
We've got the key.
Yeah, that's I'm assuming. Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah, I guess it's because
See that mark on the floor? It's a sigil, and that means there's action on the other side of that door.
Walk up to a glowing sigil and tap X to stand on it. A 10-second timer will begin.
When the timer's done, every player on the sigil enters the room together. Step off to back out.
actually, yeah, that's not.
You asked to team up, pirate? This'll let you and other pirates form a crew to complete a dungeon together. Ye can still go on other adventures while you wait for your team to join up.
The problem is no one uses this feature. Oh, wait a minute. I can't get anyone that.
At once. It is done. We will cross swords with Finn at last.
You've earned a badge, pirate! Badges are special honors for a special accomplishment.
Click the hook in the top menu, then My Badges to see a list of your achievements. Good hunting.
You did it! The water's passable now! I should report back, but if you're going after Finn, I'll help you first. Finn and I have a score to settle.
Ye found an ally. Allies fight on your side for one battle, but not under your direct control.
Because I forfeited the battle. That's actually stupid. I can't deal with this.
Ah, you're in a fight with some other player pirates. You can all work together.
Teaming up with other pirates is a great way to overcome the toughest enemies.
You'll get special rewards for group combat too. Good hunting.
No, I'm going to the place where I'm going to this about. I thought it canceled.
Open it!
Steady there. You're about to head into a nasty fight. Make sure your companions are up to it.
Press U to open companion management and train your crew to the highest level possible.
Oh, thank God. I would have been pissed. I would have been pissed. Oh, it's the... It kicked me out.
That's a nice looking cane. Wonder what it's doing down here. Oi, there are initials engraved here. RH. Harker. This must be Mr. Harker's cane. We should take it back to him. Harker's no beggar. He'll make it worth our while. You can find him at the Gypsy Wagon outside Avery's mansion.
You made 3 mistakes, pirate. First, you took the job. Second, you didn't bring an army. Last, don't fight me in the dark. The dark is where I shine.
Hold your ground, friends. Cutthroats are bullies and cowards. Beat their leader, and the rest will turn tail. So get Finn!
With honor.
All right.
Of course.
On it. Is that all? Aye, aye, Captain. Aye.
I want you to remember this moment, pirate. This is the moment you won your first victory, and the moment you made your worst enemy.
Ah, shut your jaws, you bully. Well done, pirate. You're a good one to have handy in a fight. I'll report back to Lieutenant Smollett. You take the amulet to Avery. I hope we meet again.
Well done! Ye have the amulet. Time to go home. How about a shortcut?
Click the Skull Island button in the lower corner of the screen to go straight to Avery Skull.
Of course. As you wish. Bullseye! Okay. With honor. Bullseye!
Troggy bombardment has stopped, you've recovered my amulet, and Finn is brought to justice. Well done. You didn't even try to swap my amulet for a fake. What are you, an honest pirate? Ha! Well, a deal's a deal, and you've done your part, sure as silver. A ship I promised, and a ship you'll have. You take this writ down to the docks and seek out Dock Master Dan. He'll see to it. Farewell to ye, Captain.
Ahoy, pirate! Avery tells me you know how to get things done. Skull Island needs ye. We've been invited to join the great Petathlon. Joining the pet games could bring Skull Island the prestige we need to become a real republic. But we're missing an egg. Our team's one pet. The Watermoles over in Wonguwu have a spare egg, but something's got 'em spooked. Their chief, Makamoto, won't hand it over. Give Maka this tiki. Hopefully it'll convince them. Get that egg and bring it to me at once. Captain Avery's count. Now that you're a proper pirate and resident of Skull Island, you have your own room in the dormitory. Before you take the grand tour, talk to Mr. Trelawney. He sells furniture and whatnot to decorate your room. He's got something for you, yeah? Hungry for adventure? Looking to help out your fellow pirates? The Team Up Ledger lets you see if anyone's asked for help with a nasty battle. Just go to the ledger and look through it, and you'll see the name of every pirate who wants to team up to tackle a tough fight. Good hunting.
The Queen needs your help. In point of fact, everybody needs your help. Mu Manchu, that epitome of bovine brutality, is at it again. The fiend has hypnotized who knows how many of the people of Skull Island and has programmed them to become deadly assassins. They're carrying royal jelly taken from the dreaded blood bees of Boralon. The stuff is deadly poison. They could poison all the drinking water. Quick, go overpower them and get that royal jelly before the vile villain activates them. Report back to me when you are finished.
What's this? My cane, found at last. You've done me quite a favor, young pirate. You have my gratitude. I have a gift to give in return. The gift of fun. Divert yourself with games of skill and chance. Step up to my wagon of wonders and let the merriment begin.
Hey. What now? What your hey?
Yes? What now? Yes, Captain?
I know. Hey. Hey.
Meet your class trainer. Your trainer will teach you talents and powers to give you an edge in battle.
Oi, looks like you're forming a crew.
This is Peter Quint, an old associate of mine, seeking to join a good crew. You might make a good captain. Someday. Take him with you, and do not disappoint me.
Yeah, old Mordecai says you've got promise. Well, he'd know. I've hunted bounties across Skull Island, Captain. Now I'll hunt them for you.
The clothes this vendor sells come in different colors. Use the palettes to choose your colors.
Some dyes are rarer than others. Some colors of outfits, boots, and hats are more expensive.
You! Yeah, you pirate. You steal my flask? How am I to know you didn't thieve my golden flask? I don't suppose you know Dead-Eye Deirdre? No? It was worth a shot. You look like the unsavory sort I'm aiming to hire to find Deirdre. She stole my golden flask, and I need it back. Rumors are she's somewhere in the Skyway. I'm offering pay for the safe return of my golden flask. You interested?
Well, hello there, young pirate. Captain Avery tells me you're to be joining us. Good to have you. Got a little something for you to decorate your room. Like more furnishings, I have a fine assortment I can sell you. Now, head back to your room and give it a look over, why don't you?
Avery sent you to claim a boat, I see. Congratulations. You're the proud owner of that mighty ship. Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. That's not your ship. That's the one. And what a ship she is. You'll be the terror of the skyways in that beauty.
If I may be so bold, young pirate, that boat is indeed the saddest excuse for a ship that ever moored at this harbor. I cannot see, but even from here I distinctly hear its worn planks creaking and groaning like a sick yak.
Captain Avery tricked us. Let us go force him to make things right.
Ahoy!
What? You don't like your boat? I mean your ship? Oh dear. But I'm afraid there's nothing to be done. I've honored the letter of our agreement. I'm afraid I can't give you a better ship, Captain, but I can point you toward that which every pirate loves even more than his ship. Treasure. Have you ever heard of Captain Gunn? 'Tis a fine tale, and like the best of tales, it ends in gold. Captain Gunn was a legend of the Skyways, feared by pirates and princes from Marleybone to Monquista. A finer smuggler never slipped past a blockade. Gunn sailed to Mushu, mysterious realm of the samurai and the ninja pigs. And there, he made a tremendous discovery. On the cliffs of Mushu, there grows a rare and tasty delicacy, yum-yum fruit, the most precious commodity in the spiral. That's right, yum-yum fruit. It can cure disease, grant strength, and even restore youth. And it makes your breath minty fresh, which is nice. Unfortunately, the Emperor of Mushu holds yum-yum trees sacred. Stealing yum-yum fruit is punishable by death. If you get caught. Gunn smuggled back loads of the stuff, and he sold it by the ton. Yum bread, yum cake, yum pudding. But his real stroke of genius was when he bottled it, and he called his creation Yum. Pirates went crazy for Yum, and everybody else did too. Gunn was rich. He even trademarked the song. Whenever a pirate sings yo-ho-ho in a bottle of Yum, crafty old Gunn makes a penny. When he retired, Captain Gunn was the richest pirate in history. And then he died. So where's Gunn's gold? No one knows. His last will and testament is the key, and it's been lost for years. Until now. Oh, an associate of mine found the will, and I can get you on his crew. If you do me one favor. There's a chalice in the treasure, wrapped in sailcloth. Bring that one piece back to me, and the rest of Gunn's loot is yours. Find Mordecai in Buccaneer's Den off the plaza. He'll teach you what you need to know and put you in touch with the crew hunting for Gunn's gold.
I know is fighting. You want to learn new weapons? How to fight in heavy armor? I can teach you. Ah, you are the one Avery has chosen to help find Guns Gold. Go to the Kraken Skulls Tavern and ask the barkeep for Barnabas. But first, we shall see what kind of buccaneer you are. Your lessons begin now. Prepare yourself.
Ready for some training, are ye? The training menu shows the talents and powers this trainer offers.
Talents provide passive benefits. Powers are special attacks or actions you activate during battle.
To learn a talent or power, click it and hit train. Talents or powers in red can't be learned yet.
Check back frequently. Don't forget to visit other class trainers to see what they can teach you.
Hey. Barnabas, what do you want with that big lummox? Sure, he's here. The treasure hunters are in the cellar, meeting in private. Head down through the trap door yonder. No, you listen. I'm the leader. We'll use your ship, and you're captain of it, but Gunswill is mine. I'm the leader.
So I'm to be not more than a lowly pilot, then? Pshaw. How do we know you even have the will?
I have it. It's right here.
Har! Get him, boys, and take that will! I've got the will! The treasure's mine, you lubbers! Finish him off, lads! I'll meet you at the hideout!
Ratbeard stole the will! He's going to get away!
Okay.
Because usually you get the rock gun. You just hear these guns, right?
No problem, Captain.
I don't know you, pirate, but I owe you my life. Now let's go get that thieving rat.
You chasing Ratbeard? He come barreling through here like a greyhound with his tail on fire. Ran out the front door. Go get him.
You looking for Ratbeard? He went that way, towards the docks.
looking for Ratbeard, are we, Captain? I can help you, young pirate. I know precisely where Ratbeard has gone. How do you ask? I may be blind, but I have acute hearing. I distinctly heard a group of 6 pirates running by. From the sound of their panting and their distinct smell, they were definitely wharf rats. I heard Ratbeard himself call to raise sail for home. It's well known Ratbeard and his gang make port at the Blood Shoals in the Channel beyond. There's no time to waste. Talk to Dockmaster Dan and take possession of that death trap.
There's your ship. She ain't pretty, but she'll fly at least as far as Blood Shoals. Head on up the pier to claim her and be on your way. Good hunting.
So you got your first ship, eh? Congratulations, pirate. You're a captain now. We pirates keep our ships in little magic bottles. Easier to keep track of them that way.
To unbattle a ship, click the ship button at the top of the screen. Choose unbattle ship, then click the next.
Welcome home, pirate. This house is your refuge from the crowded skies.
Your house has a bank, a place you can keep special treasures to free up space in your backpack.
Other houses are available from housing vendors, the Crown Shop, or from game cards.
You can also find or buy furniture and decorate your house.
Welcome to your home, pirate! Want to decorate? Click the button with the bed in the lower right. Ahoy, pirate! Did you know you can place your crew in your house? Just open the house decoration menu. Click on the Units tab, the one with the chess piece. Click the vase there, pirate. Your crew's wearing thin. You can't field a full squad till you free some up. See that house there? You can battle other pirates inside in good old-fashioned PvP. Want to try it?
At your command.
See those glowing ribbons over there? Those are...
When your ship...
Wind lanes also offers safe passage. Ships and sky beasties won't have reached your destination. Hit X to land your ship at the dock. A new light fountain. You're bound to it. You'll appear here after a loss, till you bind to another.
I've carried my father's heirloom dagger into battle on my last few adventures in Skull Island Skyway. The only problem? He didn't know. So when a Batacuda carried it off in its jaws, I panicked and fled the scene. Are you brave enough to get my father's dagger back for me?
There's no deeper wound than lost love. I loved a girl, pirate. A girl sweet as summer. She'd have married me if I hadn't been such a fool. My sweet Nancy gave me her mother's locket as a keepsake. And what did I do? I lost it in a game of dice. Gambling's always been the ruin of me. Surly John Remington took the locket from me, and Nancy left me forever. I meant to get that locket back to her, but now it's... I beg you, pirate, find Surly John over on Skull Island. Get the locket back. Take it to Nancy and tell her I'm sorry.
Oh, a pirate, are ya? Yar! Good to meet ya. Uncle Scuttles, they call me. Back in my youth, I was quite the pirate myself. Now my sailing days are over. Now I'm a shipwright, refitting ships. I get by with salvaged wood, but there's no decent rope for rigging. Nearly out of materials. Go out in the skyway and bring me rope from the rigging of cutthroat ships. That'll get me business going again.
Judging by all the footprints, it looks like a crowd walked into that cave there.
It seems many walked in, none walked out. Be ready for trouble.
Wait! You still live. Stay and hear my tale of woe, I beg ye. Look upon us, you who yet breathe, and pity our cruel lot. Redbeard, our captain, told us of a treasure for the taking. We helped him win the will, as ye well know, and sailed back here to feast in celebration. We'll soon be rich, boys. That's what he told us. But the villain betrayed us. The food was poisoned. He killed us all and left us here. A feast for crabs. He'll have all the treasure for himself. Unless you stop him, that is.
Would you grow stronger? Come to me at once. There is something I would teach you.
Our spirits are trapped, pirate. We have unfinished business, debts are hard, and honor that leash us here like chains of steel. You can grant me eternal rest by making sure Redbeard never takes Gunn's treasure. But that won't help me shipmates, Manny, Mo, and Jack. Of all the chains holding his shipmates here, Mo's are the strongest of all. Mo wronged his true love and can't bear it. Manny there, he's a good lad. But a wrong he's done his former captain chains his soul in grief. Young Jack there, he's haunted by his dishonest deeds. Redbeard's treachery taught him just how shameful his misdeeds were. I can't help you stop Redbeard till I know they won't be left behind. Set their souls at ease.
Oh. Okay. Guess that's...
Welcome, Pirate. Previously on Pirate 101.
We're searching for the lost treasure of Captain Gunn, but Ratbeard stole Gunn's will.
Jack was spying on Captain Avery. If we set things right, his ghost will help us find Ratbeard.
So what are you waiting for? Get to it!
Ahoy, pirate! Come see me in Avery's court. I've word that someone's looking for ye. Ahoy there, pirate! I need to tell you about an exciting addition to player versus player combat. Come see me straight away. Ahoy there, pirate! Come see me straight away. There's something you'll want to see.
Before I joined Ratbeard's crew, I worked for Captain Avery, but I was keeping a shameful secret. The cutthroats were paying me to spy on him. They're up to something big, but I never learned what. The shame of my betrayal's too much. I can't rest till I know Avery is safe. I used to meet the sharks in a cave just through that pool. I was due to meet them after dinner, but look how that turned out. Go down there and lie in wait, and maybe you can wring the plan out of them. Please, pirate, help ease my conscience.
There's a debt I owe, and I can't move on from this world until I pays it back. Before I joined Ratbeard's crew, I sailed with a pirate named Zadok. He set out to find a lost city of gold, and we found a way to it. The passage to that city lies in this very cave, through that tunnel. Zadok found the key that opens that ancient door. We were rich, we thought. But then we heard a terrible roar from the passage. Me and the lads turned tail. We left the captain behind. Fearing our doom, we shut the door. I'd pilfered Zadok's key, you see. I locked the door, sealing my captain in forever. They've called this place Traitor's Cave ever since. Zadok's been stuck in that cave all this time. The guilt's too much. I beg you, go save him. You'll find the key in that chest there.
I betrayed my true love. Fair Wilhelmina and I were to marry, but she was swept off her feet by the noble and dashing Captain Gordon. I stole her mother's wedding ring and hid it. She won't be married without it. Return the ring and ask her for gift. The ring's in me old sea chest in the caves above us. Go up the ladder. Please fetch it back to her, pirate. If she forgives me, I'll know peace.
Ahoy there! If you want to keep playing for free, go help Manny.
Here's the key. I wonder if there really is a city of gold up there. Let's open that door and find out.
So far, so good. Let's get going and be ready for trouble.
We have found Zadok. Now, we shall hear more of this lost city.
Who the blazes are you? Back! Stay back! I warn you, this place has mighty guardians!
To the college football pretend reality show, and the next you go out and lay an egg against an in-state rival, which is coming off of their worst stretch in program history. Florida went back to the ways of the Todd Grantham defense, where you blitz the hell out of everybody and hope they don't cam more themselves out of a mistake. Fortunately for the Gators, it worked this time. KJ Jefferson looked shook through the entire game, not ever really being able to establish any sort of consistent offense. Less than a 50% completion percentage makes me wonder why he even transferred in the first place. Of course, with the history of Gus Malzahn, the quarterback wizard, this result shouldn't be too surprising. Give credit to Florida for shutting down their offense, allowing the quarterback hokey pokey they've been doing to continue. It's another game of Graham Mertz being extremely efficient through the air. Despite a lack of a run game, the Gators did what they needed to do to get back into the winning record column. Good timing too, because from here on out, the schedule gets brutal. Starting with your son-in-law on the road. If we lose to these scaly bastards again, I'm gonna shove an entire brick up my ass. Because from here on out, the schedule gets brutal. Starting with your son-in-law on the road. If we lose to these scaly bastards again, I'm gonna shove an entire brick up my ass. And now you've witnessed the consequences of being undefeated in the ACC. Duke fans have convinced themselves that they are good because they beat James Madison's little brother by 1 point. With no sign of a good run game, it's no wonder that Georgia Tech handled you. Malik Murphy found out the hard way you can't complete half of your passes and expect to win a game. You know who can though? A team with 250 rushing yards. Save for Georgia Tech, as Jamal Haynes found his breakout game. While the Tech offense wasn't necessarily impressive, Tech had more of a stride and clutch time than Duke did, whose defense was tired as their offense couldn't get a first down by this point. Tech is one team where if you stall out too much, you'll run out of time entirely, as Georgia Tech loves to burn through as much clock as possible. Though Duke had a chance to make it a one-score game with 4 minutes left, they missed the kick, leaving the Jackets to ice the game by chewing out the rest of the clock. Fear not, Blue Devils, as you'll have a chance of redemption after a bye week as you get the college football circus themselves coming to town on a Friday night. Tech, on the other hand, gets the opportunity to pour one on the Tar Heels as Jeff Collins is welcomed back to town with open arms. The Jayhawks are on a collision course to reverting back to the punching bag of the Big 12. Lance Leopold's goals are from winning the Big 12 to just winning a damn game. The game plan against the Sun Devils will be shutting down Ken Skibity, as he has been a problem for every defense. They found out real fast that apparently Stan Leavitt can throw the ball now. And throw the ball he did. 4 touchdowns through the air is the last stat I expected to see from this team. Jalen Daniels was better than weeks previous, but only because this time he wasn't having quarterback dysentery on the field. Quentin Skinner wound up having a breakout game with over 100 yards, and Devin Neal had a little bit of room every so often. Despite the much better performance though, the Sun Devils had no intention of going away. By the fourth quarter, it was a blow-for-blow spectacle. Daniels was throwing dimes and the Jayhawks had the lead with 2 minutes left. But now was the time for Skibity to pop off, and pop off he did. And through him and the momentum he brought Leavitt, it was time for the Jayhawks to take another fiery fist of pain.
The Kansas 3, Levitt throwing to the end zone. Looking for Tyson. He's got him. He's got him.
I guess some programs are just destined to lose in agonizing ways. Welcome back to the depths of hell, Kansas. Not all the bottom feeders could thrive at the same time. The Sun Devils are back in contention for the Big 12, just like 12 other teams. We'll see what you're really made of this Friday when the Utes come to town. God, I hope somebody there fields an offense. Knock knock, who's there? It's me, your old friend, the consequences of your actions. Throughout the entire week, Miami fans have been running their mouths about how everyone can suck it because they beat ref ball last week. That absolute monstrosity of an event was supposed to be the wake-up call for the Canes, but they didn't get the memo. Cal stomped a mud hole through the entire defense. The secondary was letting receivers right past them like security at a Travis Scott concert. The team looked entirely out of place. Cam Ward's Heisman campaign is still going strong, but only because he's carrying the team on his back. The literal X factor in Xavier Restrepo helps out the team too, but these were the only two to show up. Fernando Mendoza ironically completed only 50% of his passes, and the Golden Bears only had 73 yards rushing. They didn't have a single guy run for more than 20 yards. The Canes just constantly shot themselves in the foot. You managed to escape fate once, it wouldn't be happening again. Makes things worse when you realize this is the one team that was so bad, they lost to Florida State. But please, tell me more about Ed Reed and 5 rings, as they are very, very important to today's game of football. Up until now, I bet you didn't realize that Texas Tech and Arizona only had one loss. Of course, one of these teams is bound to have another. That privilege would likely go to the team with only one tool at their side. Yes, the Fafita and McMillan combo is strong, one of the best in the Big 12, but Texas Tech's Caleb Douglas and Taj Brooks are also strong. They also didn't have 4 turnovers in this game. That could probably play a part. Getting picked off by a defensive lineman should have been the sign to tell you that there wasn't any chance you were likely coming out of this with a W. However, when they needed him most, Quali Conley started to get some plays in, thus awakening a part of Arizona's offense they didn't even know they had. Though they were still down by 2, it was anybody's game. And with the ball, all they needed to do was go down the field, chew the clock, and kick the game winner. How could they screw that one up?
Looking toward McMillan, he comes back to the football, certainly wants the ball. Touchdown, Texas Tech has it.
Is it really that hard to hold on to the football at clutch time? That was just one of many turnovers that gave the game to the Red Raiders. Even if by the skin of their teeth, somehow Texas Tech is 5-1 and 1 win away from bowl contention. You've got a bye week before taking on the bad news Baylor Bears, so we'll see if you can avoid screwing that up. Arizona's loss would be detrimental, but it's the Big 12, so anybody still has a chance to be the spoiler for BYU and Iowa State. I'd pick BYU, but you can't trust any Big 12 team anymore. Huh, that's weird. It's almost the end of the video, but I feel like we're forgetting something. Oh. Oh no. Again? Really? Again? Forget the targeting call. How do you blow a 25-point lead at home? Of course they're going to go down the field and score now. The fact you even made it this close, you deserve to lose this game, and you know it. Once again, Miami avoids disaster because of ACC bullshit. First, Virginia Tech gets cucked by ref ball, and now Cal gets cucked by their own team. At least now we know that California teams are a correct fit for this conference. Shit belongs in the toilet, not in the sink. Somehow, someway, Miami, through the incompetence of the ACC, is still undefeated, and since they are 6-0, they joined Indiana in bowl eligibility. Although you might want to win out, because who knows whether or not you'll get that automatic conference bid.
Tiny stranger.
Well, that is the end of Week 6. Here's a picture of my top 25 going into Week 7, as the gigantic bulk of upsets we have shifted things by quite the significant margin. As always, special thanks to my Patreon supporters who got to view this video a day early. To the rest of you, I say thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next week, and as always, power to Tardaria! Wait. Run that back. Something's not right here. Why Why are they at number 9?
You have fought to help us.
No.
I am impressed.
No.
We have seen your guys'
Wait a
capacity
minute.
for destruction.
It can't
Now
be.
I see you humans
It's impossible.
can do good.
This is impossible!
Got a blocker in front of him, off the left side, lowers his shoulder, and powers to the goal line. Mustard on that snap, Milrow near side, batted up, and it is intercepted. Fuck net to the corner. They'll run it, and another stretch, and this one's good enough. 2 of 3 on 4th down this year. Tommy wants to throw. He goes down the middle, and it is caught.
We show you how to play some SEC ball. It don't matter where you're from. You don't know what ball we play. We're going to next week ranked. That's fine. Alabama, you're next.
Pavia keeps it. Pavia picks up the first down, and the unlikeliest of heroes has guided Vanderbilt to what will be its first ever win against number 1. Diego Pavia very nearly went into the stands to celebrate with his brothers, but instead they've come onto the field with him.
Now you understand why this is called college football chaos.
Stretching will not make you flexible and it will not eliminate your recurring injuries. Stretching will relax your muscles and make you feel good in the moment, but it will...
Hello my friends, Takagi here, and welcome back to another Hearts of Iron 4 alternate history video. My friends, yes, I know it has been a while, and also you probably noticed I don't have a green screen on behind me. That is because I'm an idiot. I left my green screen in Florida when I was down there to visit family, and now my wife is mad at me, but hey, I ordered another one, so please don't dislike the video immediately. As I'm sure many people are aware by now, when we do alternate history videos on this channel, I take the suggestions that you all put in the comment section of my alternate history videos, and I take the top 5 most liked and I put that in a community poll for you all to vote on. So if you can, go ahead and put your own suggestion for the next video that we should do, and simultaneously make sure to like the comments that you think would make good videos. In this case though, the suggestion that won from the poll that I did 8 days ago, because yes, I know it has been a while, is What If Finland Won the Winter War by Jack Sully 110. Well, Jack, let's see about that. Yes, my friends, Finland 1936, where the name of the game is pain, both receiving and simultaneously giving a lot of it. Finland might be a speed bump, but it also has spikes to pop the tire of any major power that tries to roll over it. Really, the entirety of Finnish early history was resistance against larger powers. Finland itself was a breakaway state that had broken away from the Russian Empire. It was very newly freed back in, like, what, 1917? And the course of its history dealing with the actual Soviet Union was, unpleasant, to say the least. The actual events that would transpire over the course of World War II, or rather prior to World War II, I should say, is that initially when war broke out, the Soviet Union took the opportunity to invade Finland in the winter of 1939 leading into 1940, hence where the name The Winter War comes from. The war ended up lasting a lot longer than the Soviet Union had anticipated, and they ended up taking like 5 or 6 times the casualties that the Finnish did at that time. Yeah, holy crap, 70,000 Finnish casualties versus 320 to 380,000 Soviets. Yeah. Despite being outgunned and outclassed in just about every single way, the Finnish managed to hold on for several months and bleed the Soviets practically dry. Or, I say that, the big weakness that Finland had at the time was that it just didn't really have the manpower. It didn't have the equipment. It didn't have the things that it actually needed in order to be able to fight the Soviets, and so they got very innovative in the ways that they fought back, bleeding the Soviets for all they were worth. But the Soviets could replace their casualties. The Finnish could not. Which meant that as the months dragged on, the Soviets were eventually able to break through the Finnish defenses, and they were forced to sue for peace. Though, because of their heroic action and defenses, only managed to lose about 10% of their territory, instead of a complete communist takeover like the Soviets had actually anticipated making. It is this utter embarrassment in 1939 leading into 1940 that is one of the key reasons why, well, Mr. Mustache Man decided, hey, now would be a great time to invade the Soviet Union, because they were seen as weak afterwards. It may have been a victory for the Soviet Union, but it was a Pyrrhic one. Thus the question actually becomes, what would have happened if Finland won the Winter War, and how would that have happened? Well, my friends, let's dive into it. First off, from the get-go, we're going to get the basics out of the way when it comes to technology and everything else that has to be done. One of the greatest weaknesses that Finland had during this time is that, as you can see here, it simply did not really have the manpower, and it also didn't have the industry to be able to produce things in enough quantities and quality to be able to combat against the Soviets. To that end, because of the scenario that we're creating, normally what I would want to do is I would want to give just a few more factories to the Finns to increase the likelihood that this happens. And that's honestly probably what we're going to need to do, because normally I would say, oh, what if the Finns had started preparing for war a little bit earlier? Maybe instead of 1936, they start preparing in 1934 or 1933 or something like that. But the reality is that Finland had been basically preparing for war from the moment that they got free. Pretty much over the course of the entire interwar period, Finland had been preparing for a possible conflict. In the 1920s and 30s, military service was compulsory for the population for at least 1 year, like that was something that had to be done, which was more than any Scandinavian country. Officer schools were being established, things were being trained up, like Finland was actually preparing. The only thing that we could really change in this case is that maybe they have slightly more industry than they did in our own timeline, whether from outside investment or perhaps we could even say a couple state-sponsored factories that may have been built just to supply things a little bit more. To that end, the only thing that we're going to do here is we're just going to add 2 military factories. That's it. As for what is going to happen then politically, we're presented with several options. We have the Sumilenian Social... Oh my god, I'm going to get so much hate for my pronunciation in any of this. I'm sorry, Finns who are watching this. I really am. Basically, we got the communist side, we have Finnish neutrality, and we have right-wing policies. Historically, the historical option is to go down Finnish neutrality, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Take our fairly large, yet simultaneously under-equipped army, put that into one, and we're going to need to get our military factories out of the way. In actuality, since I added 2, we're going to end up having 5 mill factories instead of 3 to begin with. Again, that's the only real change that I'm making here from the beginning. And we're going to use that to additionally develop some anti-air weaponry and some towed artillery, just some basic stuff to get things going. And with that, my friends, let's go ahead and begin. One of the things that you're also probably going to note from this is that I'm actually going back to the style here with these videos where there is going to be more gameplay that is showing the specific events in scenarios where I can. It's kind of harder to do when talking about something for a simple assassination and not just explaining the history of it here. We will actually be playing through the game more, just like what we did in the beginning when I first started making these videos. The thing to note of in the beginning here is that the system that Finland has at this time is a public trust system, something in which it shows people's faith in the government and the central figure that is leading it. In this case, it is Per Evens Svend bigger mustache man. In regards to said trust, yeah, he really does not have it. Historically, this is the guy who was the 3rd president of Finland, and he was president all the way in through 1937, though I can't exactly remember when it is that he leaves office in that time. Oh yeah, I just confirmed here. It's the March election of 1937. That's when he's supposed to lose. For the purpose of this video, we're going to keep those events all the same. It really just is the thing that makes the most sense. Upon completion of Finnish neutrality, the next step in our historical timeline is that Finland would focus on its industry, at least initially. One of the big things is that Finland is quite backwards at this time. The individual soldiers may be skilled, they may be quite hardy, but simultaneously, the Finland itself was very underdeveloped. As the Finnish nation looks to secure its place in the world, it must focus on building and improving its industrial capacity. The first step to achieve this goal is to improve the infrastructure of the southern regions to ensure that they are better prepared to handle the demands of the light and heavy industry in the short term. Yes, indeed. Pretty much everything that we're going to be doing leading all the way into, let's say, 1938 is going to end up being the same. So we're going to build that setting for people to understand exactly how the buildup would be and why perhaps it might be different in this new timeline as things may go slightly better for said buildup. After enhancing infrastructure, the next step after that is industrial development. As the world becomes increasingly industrialized, Finland must keep pace if it is to become a major player on the global stage. The investments we make in our heavy industry will not only create jobs and stimulate the economy, but also provide the resources necessary to meet the challenges of the future. Yes, it is during this time that even as the public begins to trust the government less and less, that it will be doing whatever it can to try and support and develop the nation in preparation for the war. Naturally, of course, despite developing Finnish industry, it wouldn't be necessarily concentrated all into one place. Dispersed industry would still be the thing that would need to be done because there is a constant fear of being attacked and bombed, and this is something that the state is not going to want to put at risk. After industrial developments, the next step after that is the Vaisala radioson tests. Under the guidance of Professor Vilo Vaisala, pioneering efforts in radioson technology have paved the way for successful commercial production. Building upon the success of the first Finnish radioson launched in 1931, continuous research and development have led to significant technological advancements. It is here then, after getting to under political power, that the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to spend that on Carl G. Mannerheim, an absolute Chad of a man. Oh my lord. For anyone who is not aware of this guy's actual history, it is fascinating. At one time, he was a noble. Is part of the whole thing with the Russian Empire, and he was part of an elite guard, like with the Tsar and everything. It is truly insane. But it is he who be the key military mind behind Finland's defense, and you can see that here. He is a genius with division defense gaining plus 15 and plus 0.4 army experience per day, which is a lot. After the Radioson test, the next step after that is to increase the military budget. But what we're going to say here, for the purpose of these defenses, is that we're going to say this has already been done, that the military budget has already been increased. From that, it's going to save us a little bit of time as we're doing this, and simultaneously, we're going to assume that the Finnish were slightly more prepared, that they were already preparing for conflict as things were gearing up. Which means that the next step after that is the Suomen Maviomat. We must enhance the capabilities of Finnish defense forces by investing in the research of new military equipment and modernizing training facilities to ensure readiness in the face of any potential threats. Yes, at this time, Finland will be developing specifically its military in order to prepare against any coming threats. After that, the next move is to reach out to Scandinavia. Most of our Scandinavian neighbors share our sentiments and have little interest in being dragged into a great power conflict. By maintaining strong relationships with them, we may build the foundations of our collective defense. And yes, this is the whole point. Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, they were neutral. They had no wish to be involved in any kind of great power conflict, though all of them, except for Sweden, pretty much, would end up doing so. Technically speaking, even the Swedes had to do things with Germany, yes, but they were neutral. For the purpose of this scenario, we're going to say that they had even greater amicable relationships, that things were fostered to an even greater degree that supported their ideals. What I mean by that is that the largest contingent of volunteers that specifically came to Finland over the course of the Winter War specifically came from Sweden. There was like 9,000 Swedes or something that went over and fought with Finland, which was pretty big. Now, the overall number of volunteers was relatively low in the Winter War, but we're going to say going into the conflict, the biggest weakness that the Finns had is lack of manpower and lack of equipment. So we can increase that manpower artificially by saying that they got more volunteers from others. After reaching out to Scandinavia, the next step is moderate politics. As tensions simmer among the great powers, we need to ensure that our government is not seen as being too lenient upon ideologies of any faction. Therefore, we must pursue a policy of domestic moderation. Yes. The Finns at this time, though eventually they would flirt more with fascism, wanted nothing to do in the beginning with more extreme ideology. And when I say flirt, I mean that military members that leaned more towards the German ideology for defense against the communists, yeah, that was something that was an issue that they would have to face as time went on. With moderate politics, the step after that would be the Mannerheim Line, wherever the hell that is. There it is. In an effort to fortify our defenses, we must turn our attention to the Mannerheim Line, a complex network of defensive fortifications. The line stretches across the country's eastern border, and we must be secured against eastern incursions. To this end, the army is working to improve both the fortifications themselves and the supply lines that keep them stocked and operational. Yes, this would be one of the key things specifically for the Finns, is that it is their defensive line against the Soviets and their, well, interesting defensive tactics that they would end up using that would be one of the key things that would bleed out the Soviets over the course of the Winter War. Eventually, these would be breached, but for the purpose of this argument, let's say that they were slightly better supplied, slightly stronger. Maybe not much, but just to a degree that it would make a difference. Anti-Comintern Pact? Yes, Finland historically did sign with it, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. After that, historically, the next step would be national unity. Now, at the time, this would normally take place after it is that we have already switched over to our next leader, as he consolidates the government. In this case, we're going to preemptively start it, as that's going to increase public trust, and we're going to say that even if he does not win the election, that people end up trusting the government more after this. The next question that must be asked is what exactly to do about doctrine. Now, if you have the historical AI on and check Finland and what it is that they do, they choose mobile warfare, which is arguably one of the closest things to what their actual tactics that they utilized over the course of the war. They had these multi-tactics that they would use specifically to maneuver around Soviet lines, cut them off, create little pockets, and then wipe those out, which arguably is, I mean, that's what mobile warfare is. That's what you're supposed to do with tanks. Except in the case of the Finns, they didn't do this with tanks. They didn't even do this with trucks or other things like what this gears towards. They did it with infantry, oftentimes infantry that were on skis. Mobile warfare doesn't exactly have an option for skis, which is actually quite disappointing, meaning literally none of these things actually help us in the game. That's stupid. So instead, the best bonuses that we could possibly get are going down superior firepower, and assuming from this that the Finns focus more on the quality of their tactics and weapons than anything else. That's really all I can do here. But at the beginning of March 1937, it is here that we have our event, the presidential election. Presidential term comes to an end. Today marks the day that embattled Per Eyvind Zvezda must secure their place as president once again. Despite having served as president since 1931 and having enjoyed an extensive record of popular rule, his standing was significantly diminished by refusing to include Social Democrats in the cabinet, breaking his promises to do so. This political faux pas severely hurt his chances at re-election, and we will find out today whether that is enough to topple Old Man Pete. Instead of keeping in power, we are going to go with the historical timeline, and we are going to have Kyösti Kallio, who has the support of the centrists and the Democrats, go and take charge. This resets our political counter. We now have even bigger mustache man in charge, and it is he that will go and unify the country. In fact, what we're going to say is that under Kallio, who would lead Finland over the course of the Winter War, is that he does a remarkable job binding the factions together, specifically preparing them for a coming conflict with the Soviets. After national unity, the next step is Outokumpu for defense industry. Investing in national metal industry company Outokumpu Oy will help increasing Finland's defense readiness. The establishment of a domestic metal factory in Pori and a copper electrolysis plant to refine raw copper will bring self-sufficiency to Finland's copper and brass production. Following Outokumpu for defense industry, the next step after that is industrial upgrade in Harjavalta. I'm gonna get butchered for all of this. In Harjavalta, efforts are underway to modernize and streamline the nickel and copper industry. With cutting-edge technology and improved production methods, the aim is to maximize output and fortify Finland's position as a leading producer of these vital minerals. Yes, over the course of the interwar period leading up to this time, Finland would focus quite a bit on extraction of its natural resources. And this is one of the key things that the Germans would actually use as justification to the Soviets as to why they were becoming more heavily involved with diplomatic operations in Finland. They would say that they were specifically there because of the whole thing for the resources in order to fuel the war industry. But no, the plan was to be there for the invasion of the Soviet Union with the continuation war. Following industrial upgrade, the next step after that is the Janosky power plant. We will build a power plant in Janoskosi to provide reliable energy for the electric smelter of the Koloskoji nickel mine and to fuel the growth of the Petsamo area, which shall in turn spur an economic development in northern Finland. Yes, while all these industrial developments are happening, we will say that those supply lines, that everything that we're talking about for industry, infrastructure, for everything else, that everything here that has been supporting Finland would be further supported and developed, perhaps a little bit more than they were in our timeline, which would increase the presence and ability for the Finns to actually defend their border. With the development of the power plant, the next step after that would be political unity. Regardless of political ideology, we all want what is best for our people. In this time of crisis, we put aside the petty ideological squabbles and work together. And that is exactly what would be happening in this time. Finland would be heavily focusing specifically on uniting its population and preparing it for a coming conflict. Using this newfound political capital, railways, infrastructure, and everything about Finland would be developed. After rails and infrastructure would come repurposing smaller industries. There we are. While we don't have a colossal industry of great powers, we do have a myriad of smaller factories in operation. Rather than starting from scratch, we should repurpose these small premises for war production. With the repurposing of smaller industries, the next step after that is defense in depth. As the enemy grows stronger, more determined, it becomes clear that a single static front line may not be enough to hold them back. We must build new fortifications and smaller defensive lines behind our main front line, providing multiple layers of protection and giving our forces the flexibility to counterattack as needed. We will make the enemy pay for every inch of Finnish soil that they try to take. Yes, this is something that would actually happen with Finland. They would specifically try to create as many little defensive positions as possible, and from there, they would rip into the Soviets. Yes, with that, we have an additional line created here of varying different fortifications. As the initial line would be penetrated, Finnish defensive forces would fall back, and it would make the Soviets bleed as they moved further and further inland, and their supply lines became more and more stretched. At the same time, one of the modifications that we've made is that we've added more supply lines here in the north, with the argument being that the Finns in this new timeline would be significantly better prepared. After that, though, that's where things get interesting. Oi alkoholike. Desperate times require desperate measures, and now it's time for Oi alkoholike, the alcohol company, to support the Finnish military by providing essential components for their weaponry. Through careful production and refining, they will specialize in the creation of a highly effective incendiary cocktail, giving infantry the advantage that they need to neutralize enemy light armor. Yes, Molotov cocktails. All infantry gain heart attack plus 25% and piercing plus 100%, which is remarkably effective. We combine that by going down the integrated support, where it increases support companies' soft attack even more here, and we're going to have some pretty beefy units. With that then, the next step after that is extra refresher exercises. Where exactly was that here? Here we go. Tension keeps rising in Europe and Finnish independence is to be preserved. We need to strengthen the defense of Finland through intensive training exercises, preparing for any potential outbreak of conflict, and showing the determination and readiness of the Finns to defend the nation's sovereignty if necessary. We can get more population, faster mobilization, better training time, better pretty much everything here, and this is only going to stack. From this, we're going to make the argument that the Finns begin to mobilize and strengthen themselves earlier than they did in our own timeline to get more men into the field. With extra refresher exercises, the step after that is the cold front. The harsh winter conditions of the Finnish front demand proper preparation. Supply routes must be secured and camouflage tactics improved to ensure the resilience of defense forces in the face of winter's challenge. Yes, one of the things that the Soviets would find moving in, despite them being very acclimated to the cold themselves, is that they went into the winter war with very little preparation, and weirdly enough, not nearly as good of winter clothing as they possibly needed, and their pretty much everything was remarkably ineffective. They were trying to move tanks through muddy, forested terrain that just caused them to immediately break down. After the cold front, we would have the Jaeger movement. We're going to stack even more bonuses on this. And then after that, we would have salvaged and retooled. If your armed forces are to prevail in war, you must focus on maximizing wartime resources, taking advantage of captured enemy equipment, salvaging damaged material, and repurposing it with when necessary to align to Finnish tactical doctrine, and will allow us to meet our army supply needs and greatly strengthen our military's capabilities. Yes, over the course of the conflict, one of the big things that the Finns had an issue with was specifically supplying their own troops. So most of the equipment that they ended up getting was older equipment that had been repurposed from elsewhere, like literally old hunting rifles, or just stolen off of Soviet corpses. We're gonna be doing a lot of that. From salvage to retooled, that brings us to the big important thing that is going to be vital for the Finns: multi-tactics. The multi-strategy involves encircling and isolating enemy units with the objective of crippling their logistical and communication lines. The implementation of this approach requires careful planning and training of the defense forces to ensure its effectiveness on the battlefield. By utilizing and perfecting the multi-warfare, we will be able to outmaneuver the enemy and strike where they least expect. It is here, my friends, moving into 1939, that things become significantly more spicy for the Finns. They are developing their tactics, they are preparing their defenses, they know that something is potentially going to be coming, and the government has completely unified itself behind Keosakallio. More unified than ever now, the army, the citizenry, everything is significantly more strengthened than it would have been in our own timeline.
Cheers.
Yes, significantly more strengthened. The Finns had truly perfected the art of winter warfare. Prepare for the worst, fight like the best. We need to strengthen the supply routes for harsh winter conditions and train our troops to endure the cold and keep fighting on the front lines. From this, just about every inch of the country would be prepared. Along with this, just as in our own timeline, weapon caches will be placed across the country. In the event that our armed forces are overwhelmed and the government falls, we must have a contingency plan so that we can retake the nation. One suggestion for this is to secretly place caches of weapons for future resistance to be able to utilize. Along with that, the Lottesvard would be prepared. The Lottesvard have proven themselves to be a great asset in the role in auxiliary forces. Given their proficiency and our dire situation, perhaps it's time for we better arm the organization and integrate it more effectively into the armed forces. Now, the time that I'm doing this focus here, we are actually well ahead of time, thanks to the little skips that we have put in place for doing little industry or other things, and assuming that the Finns are better prepared. In an actual historical game, what happens is you are doing this one by the time that the Winter War actually breaks out. So from this, it means the Finns will actually be better prepared. More of their population will have been mobilized, and simultaneously, their support companies, everything will be stronger. Really, besides that and the initial little factories that we put in, nothing else has really changed. We've actually heavily limited ourselves in order to keep this viable and realistic. To the end of defense, just about every single effort imaginable will be put specifically into developing the land further. In order to be able to prepare defenses, fortifications, anti-air bunkers, anything is going to be hidden in preparation for a possible attack. After Arm the Lottesvar, the thing that we're supposed to be doing is a cry for help, but we are not at war. This is something that would actually give a large number of volunteers, just as historically did in our own timeline. But because we are ahead of time, this means that we're going to need to do the one after that, which is Union of the Finnish Brothers in Arms. The Union of Finnish Brothers in Arms are the forefront of the National Socialist movement and are increasingly gaining support as our nation comes under threat from abroad. If we were to collaborate with them, we would gain a great deal of support for the defense of the nation. Yes, this is another one of those things where, specifically, the Finns had to work more with the National Socialists in order to be able to defend against the Communists. By August of 1939, just as in our own timeline, Poland would refuse the German ultimatum, which would lead to the beginnings of World War II. But the Finns during this time would perhaps focus on developing and further tracking radio signals, maybe even hearing something from the Soviet Union about potential planned invasions. Of course, just as in our own timeline, the Soviets would demand Karhala. Citing the need to create a security buffer for Leningrad, officials from the Soviet Union have asked for a revision to our borders. They want us to cede Karelia to them. And judging by the buildup of Soviet forces along our border, they will not take no for an answer. Just as in the historical timeline, Finland refuses. Let them come if they dare. Except this time, we're going to win. Finland rejects Soviet demands. The Winter War then launches. Finally, the territorial ambitions of the Soviet Union have culminated in the invasion of our country by the most vile enemy. We must take all measures in our power to form a solid defensive against this ruthless attack. Let them pay for every step forward into our land. This in turn adds the Winter War, which grants a much higher mobilization speed, much larger recruitable population, winter attrition reduction, and more core defense. It is here that then a very important question must be asked, as this starts the Winter War mechanics. There are two possible ways that we can interpret how exactly the Finns are going to win the Winter War. One is that they outlast the Soviets, and that from that, they are able to negotiate for a much better peace, perhaps just a white peace. The other option is that they actually win the Winter War, counter-invade the Soviet Union, and in turn are able to negotiate for a much better peace, taking territory off the Soviets. Realistically, the best thing that we could anticipate is holding out against the Soviets, but what if it had been an even worse disaster? What would have happened? Well, let's explore. The first thing that we're going to need to do is a cry for help. The League of Nations has failed in its duty to protect member states for conflict, but there's still those abroad who may yet hear our cry for help and come to our aid, or so we hope. This is going to give us plus 600 manpower per week in volunteers. One of the big things that limited Finland during this time was that it simply did not have much manpower. Like, that was one of the major issues that it had. But it did get some volunteers. The thing is, they were supposed to get significantly more. The French as well as the British were supposed to send over volunteers. They even planned on doing this. But the thing is, the very quick invasion of France and its downfall meant that any of the old equipment, any of the manpower that was supposed to go over, because the Finns were supposed to receive tanks, planes, thousands, tens of thousands of guns, and tens of thousands of volunteers, they didn't end up receiving any of that, all because France fell super quickly. In this new timeline, what we're going to say is that the Finns do, in fact, receive some weapons. They do receive some manpower. We're not going to say that they receive a lot. The fall of France is still going to happen, but maybe the French held out for an additional 2 or 3 weeks, 4 weeks, perhaps, maybe an additional month. And from that, some British forces were able to actually arrive. So instead of the 10,000 odd volunteers that Finland received during this time, let's say that they get a greater amount. Perhaps it is not 10,000, maybe it is 30 or 40,000 volunteers. Yes, that is 4 times the amount, but in reality, it's not nearly as much as the 300-odd thousand people that would end up serving in the Winter War on the Finnish side during that time. They had 10 times as many that would serve because of their very high relative recruitment for population. Still though, in comparison to the 70-odd thousand casualties that they would suffer, an additional 30 to 40,000 would be very welcome indeed. In order to get a more accurate Finnish army during this time, there are several things that need to be done. Normally, I would go with bold attack, but it's the Finnish, which means naturally we're going to have tenacious defense, of course. For spirit of the army, it's going to be quick improvisation. Quick improvisation. Yes, that thing. A better one to perhaps choose might be proper heritage because of those supply combat penalties on core territory reduction, but it's the Finns and their ability to quickly improv and attack Soviet positions, encircle them and wipe them out were much better. And the last one, of course, is going to be flexible organization. Greater speed, less organization penalties, being able to quickly respond and move in and exploit enemy weaknesses. This is what needs to be done. Alternatively, we could go with aggressive reconnaissance. This could also be quite accurate, but I'd say that it would be initially flexible organization before ultimately moving to aggressive reconnaissance for an attack. It is here that the Soviets launch attack after attack, sending in as many forces as they can to quickly rush the enemy, but they're not actually able to break through. All up and down the line, attack after attack will be launched. Constantly retreating, constantly moving forces, constantly being able to balance those who are under attack. The Finns are going to fight for every square inch that they possibly can and not let the Soviets in. Here we have it, a cry for help. The threat of our enemy extends beyond our borders. However, our neighbors in Sweden are still retaining a neutral stance towards the Soviet Union, but could perhaps be convinced to joining us in defending our mutual legacy and secure their own strategic buffer. Now, it's at this point that our whole focus tree is going to take a bit of a divergence. Historically, what ends up happening, at least per the historical focuses in Hearts of Iron, is that the war is over rather quickly, typically within 2 months or so. After that, Finland follows the Lone Wolf, then cooperation with Germany, gets ready for the continuation war down here. But in this case, what we're going to say is that over the course of the war, the Finns use every single tool that is available to them. The Sami people, their national spirit, their light infantry sissy troops, which despite the name were phenomenally fierce, In fact, now that I think about it, that whole thing would make an amazing t-shirt. CC, not sissy. As the war rages on, as it turns out, Finnish snipers would prove to be remarkably effective over the conflict. Reports have come in that our snipers are proving highly efficient at fighting off enemy forces intruding into our forests. This is a good opportunity for war propaganda, as the term White Death has been popping up among the enemy soldiers, referring to the dangers posed by Finland's nature and people, and we could pin this to a certain person to rally the population if one happens to prop up. Yes, absolutely. Of course, perhaps despite receiving maybe a little bit more help, a little bit more volunteers, it's not like the Swedes are really going to step all that much in order to do anything against the Soviet Union. It would jeopardize their position both economically, socially, and pretty much every kind of aspect you could imagine. As I explained in the beginning, in our real history, what ended up happening is that despite being outnumbered, the Finnish managed to inflict like 3 or 4, maybe even 5-to-1 casualties upon the Soviets. Assuming greater preparation, additional manpower for the Finns, and maybe even increased, if that's somehow possible, Soviet incompetence, perhaps from this logic, the Soviets would do even worse, bleeding out more men, more equipment, more everything, in what would instead be a horrible showing, a complete and utter disaster. We're talking losses of 10-to-1. After months of fighting with horrendous casualties and basically nothing to show for it except for some outer skirts of territory, this means that the Soviets would try desperate measures, such as perhaps naval invasions, to be able to move in further and actually take the heartland. However, Finnish forces with greater preparation would be able to drive these back. Of course, just as in our own timeline, the thing that the Soviets would try to do is that they would try to set up a communist puppet government, applying pressure to the Finnish government itself, with the plan that they had afterwards being to just replace the entirety of Finland with their own communist puppet. This is lowering the people's trust in the central government, so to that end, what we're going to do is we're going to ban communism. Yes, it will cause a hit to stability, but that is something that is absolutely necessary. Another invasion? No, thank you. As many I'm sure are aware, the winters in the north are extremely long, meaning well into March, April, maybe even May. There will still be snows in which to fight. As wars come to Finland, many hunters, militiamen, and shooting club marksmen have taken up arms to fight off their oppressors. From the Simo Aya would be accredited as the White Death. The Viipuri sniper, Simo Aya, who is often referred to by other soldiers as Taika Ampuja, the magic shooter, for his impressive marksmanship, is now also being accredited as the White Death, which up until now has been referring to the harshness of the Finnish nature and its people by our enemies. And the press is pushing this new narrative strongly. What should the official stance be? Well, naturally we're going to propagate this tale, taking the opportunity to get more volunteers, more everything, and from that be able to get more men into the field. The White Death continues to stalk his prey. Despite numerous close calls and false claims, Simo Aya is unscratched and will continue fighting on for as long as required of him. The White Death embraces our enemy. Division attrition plus 20%, winter attrition plus 25%, war support minus 15%, and even further attacks. So then, my friends, the middle of 1940, this brings us into a very interesting question. Are the Finns actually able to last through this? Assuming in our time that they receive more manpower, more support, more everything, they are able to hold the lines. And as the snow melts, it does turn into a literal swamp from which it would be hard to move Soviet tanks and other things through. By late spring, perhaps summer of 1940, with enough losses, the Soviet Union would be in a terrible position. Yes, they could replace their losses, but assuming that Finland loses less men in this, they get more volunteers, more men that they can throw onto the front. This means that they can inflict significantly more casualties. Assuming that the Soviets are even more stupid, that they do not actually reform themselves as had actually been done going into the spring in order to have a successful offensive, then perhaps instead of 70,000, the Finns could have lost somewhat less, maybe around 50-something thousand. Meanwhile, the Soviet losses could be doubled or even tripled. With Soviet forces bloody and worn down, it may be possible at that time for a Finnish detachment to be able to move south and actually take out Leningrad. After which, fearing full-scale collapse from within the Soviet government, there is a decent chance that at least for a time, perhaps not a permanent peace, but a temporary peace may be afforded to the Finns. One of the stated objectives of the Soviet invasion was to increase the buffer around Pietari, and now that they have undeniably not only failed in this goal, but indeed lost the city itself, we therefore imagine they will be hungry to divest themselves of this conflict. It is now our decision to whether begin talks, we could continue to fight and see if we can take more, or aim for a white peace as soon as possible. With the demand of peace, and after hundreds of thousands of men dead, in this case, well over 500,000, the Soviet Union gives in. They've accepted our peace deal. Spontaneous celebrations broken out on the streets as news of our victory spreads. Soviet troops have already started to withdraw from our territory, returning in misery to their homes. This is certainly a day that will stand up as one of pride for our nation, as not only have we beaten invaders, we beat them so soundly that we were able to expand our own territories at their expense. The scenario that we're imagining here is easily the most hopeful of all hopeful scenarios. It is doubtful that they would be able to push back the Soviets as much as they did, but potentially with significantly more reinforcements, this could theoretically happen, at least with greater Soviet incompetence. It is either then during these negotiations or afterwards that sadly the president of Finland, the man who had led them to victory in this context, would die. Except instead of die a loser in this conflict as he had historically, he would die a victor and hero. With that, my friends, we have the rise of Risto Ryti, the White Liberal. Against all odds, Finland has won the Winter War. The question now becomes, what exactly happens afterwards? Well, that's really just it, my friends. For Finland, that is perhaps the end of it. Finland, though they would have received some more international aid in this timeline, would not have received large amounts of help from the United Kingdom, from France, or anyone for that matter. The Germans did not heavily interfere in this time, meaning there is no actual greater reason for Finland to ally with them. Though the victory indeed would have been grand, still tens of thousands of Finnish people would have lost their lives at a time in which Finland did not have the population to necessarily spare this. The road to recovery would be long and hard. And so Finland would most certainly turn inwards, not continuing on with the continuation war. There really is no reason to do so. Not only are the Soviets not occupying any of Finnish lands, but even their greater claims of Greater Finland have been realized. The government is seen as a hero. The new lands have to be processed and redeveloped in the Finnish image. Finland would be neutral. Mining operations would be expanded in the new territory, things would be further developed, resources would be extracted and likely from this, traded with the Germans, if anything. With the influx of additional population from the newly reclaimed territories, this would offer a boost to Finnish industry, not to mention the vast resources that exist up here near the Arctic. And so it is, my friends, just as what happened in our own timeline, Operation Barbarossa would still take place. Germany would see the weakness of the Soviet Union and their horrible failure against Finland, except this time it would be significantly worse. There's even a chance that moving into spring of 1941, that the Germans may launch a strike earlier than we anticipated. For the sake of the argument, we'll assume that they still waited for summer conditions before moving on, taking time to prepare the men and everything that needed to be done. Soviet forces would be replaced during this time period. They would be able to replace their manpower. After all, an additional 300,000-400,000 men lost to the Soviets is really nothing in the grand scheme of things. However, the political will, the equipment, all of these other things were significantly harder to replace in that time frame. Loss of territories to the north would be both a massive blow to the prestige of Stalin, which could have actually, theoretically, caused him to be replaced. There could have easily been a coup inside of the Soviet Union replacing him with someone else, to perhaps, once again in the future, continue with another war against Finland. The reality is, a massive loss like this to Finland would be a huge embarrassment, something that would cause the Soviet Union to turn inwards and reform everything from the ground up. The same incompetence that the Germans found against the Soviets when they invaded them would likely not be seen, at least not to the same degree. However, there would be, likely, less men, less equipment, less everything in that time. From greater losses and war weariness, the Germans may arguably have an easier time moving into the Soviet Union in the first place. In fact, a loss against such a small state like Finland, a former territory of the Russian Empire, may in turn inspire other entities within the Soviet Union to start breaking free. In fact, one of the interesting things to note is that many Ukrainians, upon the initial launch of the German invasion, specifically sided with the Germans in order to be able to fight against the Soviets, only to later learn that they were also part of the planned group that was supposed to be eradicated. Perhaps if the Mustache Man had been a little bit more intelligent with things and hadn't just tried to outright eradicate everyone and instead worked to diplomatically undermine the Soviet Union from within, then perhaps it would have fallen quite easily. Instead, no, everyone was meant to be eradicated, which in turn meant an even greater push into the Soviet heartland, which ultimately might actually work in this time. There's significantly greater likelihood in this case that there's going to be much more internal chaos and discord. Yes, the Soviet Union is not going to fall instantly. The mere idea that it's going to fall by winter is insane and over-idealistic thinking. That was never actually going to happen. The Soviet Union was far more vast than the Germans had ever anticipated. But eventually, with the fall of Moscow, either in winter of 1941 heading into 1942, or the spring of 1942 perhaps, the Soviet Union may very well collapse. Perhaps going into spring or summer of 1942, there is a very real chance that the Soviet Union itself would gradually begin to disintegrate. The Slavic peoples may more likely stick by the Soviets, considering their efforts there over the years, to say the least. But the more volatile regions in the Caucasus and moving down into Central Asia, there's a very real chance that the more loosely controlled Soviet republics will actually break free. In an effort to stop this, the Allies would more likely launch their strike into Italy, specifically seeking to strike the Axis from the weakened southern belly. But with perhaps less resistance that the Germans have to face with the Soviets, they're probably able to divert more of their forces that were in the east to the south in order to be able to limit the possible expansion of the Allies. Instead of German expansion being stopped at the Battle of Stalingrad, Stalingrad would fall with no further reinforcements able to supply it, and instead the Germans able to push further and further in. The problem is, as they expand in, they have to garrison all the territory that they take, while simultaneously they are dealing with a further expanding front line. By summer of 1943, the German Reich would be stretched fairly thin. Yes, they would still be able to push into the Soviet Union, but it still at this point would not have necessarily fully collapsed. More states would possibly have broken away. There would have been more internal discord, but there would have still been fighting. Every square inch of territory that the Germans moved into, they would have to fight for. From this, Romania, Hungary, other allies of the Germans would likely be given more territory themselves to specifically garrison, as the Germans would not be able to afford to actually do so. The problem at that point is that the collapse of the Soviet Union does not necessarily mean victory for the Germans, because in that event, they still have to garrison all of this territory that is constantly fighting against them. It doesn't even mean that the Germans get to occupy each and every single thing, as though it's not represented here, the Soviet Union would dissolve into many varying different states that some would try to seek peace with the Germans, others would continue the fight. It would vary depending upon where they were, but the Germans would have to control and develop supply lines through this entire thing. German supplies as it is would be stretched extremely thin. Even gaining access to all of the Soviet factories, many of these would be utterly destroyed in the chaos, rendering them practically useless. Eventually, they would come back online, but that would take time. And because of the amount of forces that would then be necessary to keep in the east, yes, they would be able to transfer some of these to the west in order to be able to defend against allied incursions, but the likelihood of these being in any kind of real significant numbers is fairly low. In order to reduce garrison duties, there is a real chance that what would happen here is that the Mustache Man would end up returning territory to France, not the actual French government that they were at war with, but rather Vichy France that was effectively a puppet of the Germans. That this instead would be given full control over France, thus freeing up German resources to be able to fight with the contentious forces of the East that were still proving to be a massive pain in the butt. In fact, there is even a chance from this that the eastern territories with China that Japan has been fighting will end up being drawn to a conflict of serious border issues with any German movements that move into the region. Everything in the east is bound to be a massive guerrilla nightmare. June of 1944 would come about, and yet there would likely still at this time be no D-Day. The Germans would be significantly more prepared, their defense is much stronger, there wouldn't be a chance to strike. There is a chance even from this time that the invasion of Italy would have failed. Perhaps the Allies would be able to get control of a southern point here in France and be able to try and hold down on that, and the Germans would be spread thin and not able to mount necessarily a large counterattack, but the war at that time may reach a stalemate. At least when looking at the Pacific, things would probably proceed as normal in the situation. With no Lend-Lease to be able to provide to necessarily the Soviets, the United States would instead focus any and all efforts towards supplying rebel groups all around and simultaneously taking out Japan. But as China would be beginning to drive the Japanese back, simultaneously this does mean that more effort and focus would be put on Europe, seen as the bigger threat. Eventually though, after much grinding, there is a real potential that Italy would once again be invaded. Though for whatever reason the AI has decided to bomb Kyiv, yes, I don't know what Kyiv ever did to them. Like, you're not Berlin. Okay, I could probably have taken control in order to be able to change things. But yeah, for whatever reason, Kyiv got bombed. This is where things really begin to change. Instead of the atomic bombings being directed towards Japan, which still would have been dealing with China, the greater threat would be seen as specifically Germany and Italy. And though the Germans were not bound to surrender necessarily, bomb after bomb after bomb would be produced, and this is what we would see. What the hell did the Ukrainians do? With the utilization of atomic weapons, this in turn would allow the Allies to finally begin to push back the Axis. It would be a horrible grind, millions would die in the subsequent fighting. Oh look, they bombed Vienna now. And so heading into 1945, perhaps after being nuked themselves, Italy would finally fracture into civil war. With forces scattered around the entirety of Europe having to garrison it, this means that the Germans would have very little response to be able to support their former ally. Instead, with the collapse of Italy and Germany being forced to redirect troops there, this means that France would effectively be wide open. Though D-Day would not necessarily occur, as there would be very little plan for that this time, multi-pronged strikes would be launched into France, from which this would finally free the mainland. It would have been at the cost of millions of lives, but eventually it would fall. Eventually it is, likely by spring or maybe even summer of 1946, years later than would actually have happened in our own timeline, that France would finally be free and Germany itself would begin to fall. I'm not sure quite when Switzerland joined the combat. That wasn't supposed to happen, but, you know, okay then. Eventually, due to the loss of support of the German public, with the sheer amount of nukes that were utilized over the course of this combat, there would be really no way for the German people to continue. Likely it is at this time that Hitler would have been overthrown, that he would have been couped, and from that, you would have had a peace that would have been made with the Allies. He wouldn't have even gotten a chance to off himself in his own little bunker. Thanks to the collapse of the Soviet Union, there would be no greater communist bloc. Instead, varying different democratic allied republics would have been set up, while the remainder of Russian and or Soviet territory would have been put under a joint occupation, much in the same way as that happened with the Germans in our own timeline. Thanks to the mass use of nuclear weapons, this in turn would have meant that there would have been a lot more rebuilding to do after the war. Millions of more would have died. The war would have gone on for years longer. This ended in our timeline here in 1946, but there's a real possibility this would not have ended until 1947, maybe even 1948. It is thanks to the relentless push of the Soviets from the east that the Germans were driven to the brink, combined with a multi-pronged attack from the west. Without the Soviets, the Germans are able to hold on for significantly longer. And I suppose then, my friends, that is one possibility of what happens in the event that Finland wins the Winter War. Thank you all here for watching. At this point, I know that we haven't actually played Finland now for the last, 4 years, yeah, at that point here. I think we stopped in 1942? Because past that, Finland itself would have been neutral. Its resources likely would have been sold to both the Germans and the Allies, as it would have maintained itself a kind of strict neutrality. In the occupation of former Soviet territory, there would have been years of rebuilding and assimilation that would have to be done in order to maintain the greater Finnish state. From that, there would be very little opportunity for Finland itself to go and subsequently invade the Soviet Union again, and perhaps then weaken itself further, which really does end its involvement then. So that's really it then. My friends, thank you all for watching. This has been another alternate history video. Make sure to go ahead and put a comment down in the comment section below that offers your own suggestion. I will take the top 5 most liked, and I will put that in a poll here for the next time. And I do plan on actually making a couple more of these myself that I just saw fun scenarios that I want to create, because I have to get a number of videos made before it is that I myself actually travel to Europe here this next week. So my friends, I will leave things there. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Want to buy rare Pokemon cards? The best snacks or the latest street fashion from Japan? But you aren't in Japan.
I'm going to do that, Captain.
That's your command. I'm on it.
Hi.
Aye, Captain.
At your command. Watch this.
That's done. Sure is hot in here.
Come on, let's get back to Halak and tell him the good news.
You have lifted the If gold is what brought...
Well, that's done. Ooh, let's take some of this gold to old Zadok. I figure he's earned his share.
Yes, my lord.
Manny! Is that you? Wait, no, you're the ones Manny sent. You're back. The city, was it up there? I knew it! And the gold? You found it. Bless me. Well done. Well done indeed. And the monsters didn't even eat you. What's that? Friendly lizards? I'll have to see this with my own eyes. You go on. Tell Manny he's forgiven.
Zadok's alive and well. Found his city of gold. Go, pirate, and tell Lasco Manny's bound for a better home.
money haunts this cave no more. But your work's not done. I'll not put ye on Ratbeard's trial until all three of me shipmates know peace.
You have come. Good. It is time for a new lesson. Prepare yourself. We have egg, but you have tiki? Much mojo. Baka likes tiki. Pretty sure wind spirits like tiki too. Good trade. Tribe will give you egg.
You got that egg? Outstanding! Now you need to get... No need to go to Aquila. In honor of their invitation, the Eagles brought Bestia to Skull Island. Talk to the Lady Eagle on the East Bastion. Definitely the helpful sort, pirate. Captain Avery was right about you. I hear anything else needs doing, you're the first one I'll ask. Avast, pirate! Dockmaster Dan told... Go on now and pay him a visit. Well, hello there. But ever since it got here, something's been different. Make your way to the Brawling Hall. Young pirate, there's change a-blowing up. Make your way to the Brawling Hall and speak with the Arena Master, Enzo Scorbutico. He'll tell you everything you need to know.
You make for Bestia. Very well. All are welcome to behold the spectacle of the Pentathlon. I shall take you. Board yon gondola.
Welcome, barbarian, to Bestia, home of the Pentathlon, where we train pets to be as bold and brave as the heroes who love them. The tradition... Bear your burden with care, Bantam Porter. The company you seek is within, in the... The tradition began with Aquilus, founder of Nova Aquila. He never would have defeated the Minotaur without his golden owl, Mr. Sparkles. After his victory, Aquilus roamed the Spiral. In a distant realm of mystics and magicians, he made a fateful discovery. These magicians had mighty pets indeed. The strange food and odd rituals the mystics forced on their pets made them even mightier. Aquilus brought what he had learned back to Aquila, where we eagles mastered the art of pet training and brought it to new heights. This is the Pentathlon, where the finest pets from all over the Spiral train and compete to be more than pets. The best of Bestia become legends. Bear your burden with care, Bantam Porter. The company you seek is within, in the Black Pavilion.
pirate? Here to see the games? What's the egg for? Oh, right. We were missing one, but... Well, we're much obliged to be sure. But we already have our... Me old shipmate, One-Eyed Jack, negotiated an egg from the Waponies. We're back in the races. Hi, why don't you keep it, young pirate? We're a bit busy here. Why don't you chat with all the folks around the circus? They'll tell you all you need to know to raise your new pet.
Oh, look, my dears. It's one of those piratical waifs. How ducky. What's that, my dear? You've a newly hatched pet? How adorable! You simply must get some snacks once the darling thing is ready. Snacks? Oh my, yes. Each time your pet completes a trip, snacks make your pet ever so much smarter and stronger and quicker. And that helps them grow bigger. Here are some snacks to get you started. If you should run out, you can get more from the shop in the arena concourse. Run along now.
Ah, you've got a pet, pirate! Hype I to open your pet roster, and let's take a look.
I sense you have seen much for one who is... Morphomancy is an ancient art in our morphing idols. Oh, you may buy other pet eggs in the...
Ah, you've some snacks for your pet, I see. They'll be useful later.
To see your snacks, hit B, click the upper right arrow until you open My Cards. Then click Snacks. snacks increase the experience.
Ah, so you have taken up the noble art of pet cultivation. You will find long ago that these activities require a pet's energy. Training is rigorous. Your pet's gear will wear out. Please accept these pieces.
You need 2 pets to morph them. Best come back later. See that little orange globe there? That's your pet energy.
So, little sailor, you've been talking to the other. Back in Grizzleheim, we've little time for shopping. There's no better way for your pet. Quick now and be up to the... Oh, don't you be worried. Your pet...
You've got some training gear, pirate. Time to train your pet.
Press I to open your pet roster and...
Brought your pet for a sparring? Excellent. Here in the arena, you'll put Decius. There. Decius has 2. Talk to Decius, and he'll point...
Your pet's settling in. Did you know you can show your pet following ye instead of your first mate?
Click the gold gear in the top menu, then click Options. Now click the second joystick and set follower is to pet. Voila!
Welcome home, pirate! Did ye know you can let your pets run free in your house?
Just open the house decoration menu and click the Pets tab, the one with the parrot.
Place your pet like you would any other bit of furniture, but your pet'll run around. Ah, you found your bank, I see. Every pirate needs a place to store their most precious loot for later.
To deposit, click the Backpack tab at the left, select an item, and click Bank at the lower right. To take an item out, click Bank at the left, select the item, and click Backpack at the lower right.
That bank button with the arrows is your shared bank. Any character you create can take items from it. You can also junk unwanted items with the Discard Item button. Make sure you mean it.
Ahoy there, young pirate. It's a room on your own ship you can use just as you use your house. Go aboard once.
Yeah, take a few to square us up for, well,
that old boat.
I wouldn't. Yes, it's very dear to me. Get it back and I'll reward you. Go quickly before it's lost, or worse, destroyed.
this vendor sells ships. Ships are defined by their world of origin and their size.
Small ships are called skiffs, medium ships are called frigates, and large ships are called galleons.
There! This ain't your ship, pirate. Ye can use any docking sigil, but only the one with your flag goes to your ship. Keep an eye out. See that ship there? You can click on it to target it.
If the targeting circle is red, the ship is out of range. Orange means long range, red, short range.
A yellow circle means you can't attack the ship now. You're in a wind lane, or it's friendly. You're in broadside combat. You return fire automatically. Use your ship power buttons, lower right. You can't win a broadside battle without your ship powers. Well done! You've gotten some nautical experience.
Earn enough, and you'll gain nautical levels, which grant access to better ships and ship equipment.
broadside combat now, pirate! Your ship's guns softened them up a bit.
The more your ship's cannons damage a ship in broadside combat, the more injured its crew will be.
Your orders.
What now? Good day.
Ah.
From this day on, as this telescope is passed down by my descendants, they'll tell the story of the pirate who rescued it from certain doom.
Another disaster averted, and just in time, by the Royal Navy. And you too, of course, Captain. Marvelous stuff, eh, what? Time to take the fight to Moo. We know this portal will take you directly to the Hoof's deck. We liberated a windstone. One problem. This bulldog smells a trap, by Jove. Moo wants us to send someone after him. Plans within plans. But as I always say, the key to defeating a trap is to know our spy ships in Museu report. The portals are different colors. Good luck, Captain, and good hunting. Show that scheming supervillain what for! Don't worry, we're recruiting more pirates to fight him if you fail.
Hey!
I sense something troubling about this statue. Madame Vadima is versed in the dark arts. She will know more.
found one of the other class trainers. There are 5 in all.
Other trainers also have talents and powers to teach you. Look at their training menus to see.
Unlike the talents your trainer teaches, non-class talents and powers cost practice points.
Ah, statue. Yes, I know all about it, and its dark power. You know who carvings are? No? Listen then. Statue is of Captain Robin, and first Orphans carve statue in thanks. But treasure brings only trouble. Phantom of pirate who first buried treasure came to take it back. But Phantom's gold was spent. Angry, Phantom put curse on village. Village withered. Only statue remained. Now, statue is here, and curse comes with it. Soon, bad luck and evil spirits will come unless we act now. I know how to break curse. Phantom wants treasure, we give it to him. All over Island are tin coins from Captain Avery's last birthday. There were 5 kinds. Get one of each and bring them to me. Go quickly.
course, my lord. Hey, hey. Look there. That looks like one of the... There's an inscription. Blessing of strength. Okay. Over there, another coin. Look at the etching. A blessing of courage. There's something glimmering over there. A coin, perhaps. It says, blessing of luck. I think I see a coin. Look, it's engraved with blessing of health. a coin. Do you see it? Over there. It's chiseled with blessing of wisdom.
You found all the coins? Well done. Now, my magic make them look and taste like gold to Phantom. He will be fooled. At foot of statue is a chest. Put coins in and lock them away. Go quickly. I feel dark magic growing stronger.
Over there, that looks like the chest. We conquered the dark magic. Come, Captain Avery needs to be told the statue was cursed.
Oh my, a curse! I'd have never thought. It's such a remarkable work of art. I know just the thing to reward you for your efforts. How about a miniature replica of the statue? Lovely, isn't it?
represents a hit the ship has taken in broadside combat. If a ship is boarded, damage tokens turn into fires or holes in the deck. Tough to fight around them. Danny the wolf rat? Sure, I remember him. Oh, he sent you for the locket, did he? Ha! Want it? Sorry, I don't have it anymore. Go catch me some batacuda for my dinner and I'll tell you where it is.
My golden flask! You realize how much coin I could make selling this flask? Don't even think about thieving it from me. Oh, you know, I used to be a great explorer. Shocking, isn't it? I arrived in Skull Island years ago. That's when I met Tiki Tower, the water mole. He nursed me back to health. I pledged I'd help him whenever he called. Well, pirate, the water mole's are racked with illness. Tiki Tower's willing to pay if you'll deliver the bitters to him in the water mole camp.
Bitters. Just what tribe needs. Now I cure brothers and sisters. I have a new lesson to teach you, Buccaneer. Come learn it. Or are you afraid? Chief Connor Cole says sickness from missing idols. Idols protect tribe from bad spirits. Cutthroat sharks destroyed Sacred Hut and stole idols. You get idols back from cutthroats, I pay gold. You do this thing? You have come. Good. It is time for a new lesson. Prepare yourself.
On it.
See that fellow over there? He's a transporter. He'll help you move quickly between worlds.
Transporters instantly send you to any world you visited for crowns. Members can pay gold.
You'll find one transporter in every world, waiting at a large port. Good hunting!
We will put idols back where they belong, in New Watermole's sacred hut. Hey? Hey?
Yes. Yes, Captain. Yes. Huh. Huh. Yes, Captain.
I know. Hey?
Your orders. All ready, Captain. Captain.
This tab shows your pet's abilities and the stats they'll use in pet versus pet sparring matches.
Strength, agility, will, and health are just like your pirates. Raise these stats by training.
Power shows how much power your pet has to trigger their powers in a sparring match.
Guts, guile, and grit show when your pet's strongest in a sparring match. Beginning, middle, or end.
Your pet gets more benefits from cheering in the part of the sparring match their stats favor. pets gain a level.
As your pets gain levels, they will unlock special powers and talents, and grow as they get older.
Here goes! On my way.
You've got it.
Yeah, will do. Danny's locket. I pawned it a while back. Madame Bianca the jeweler. She likely still has it.
Surly John's locket in the cave. I hid something. Go dig up the pouch under that chest. Bring it to me, and make sure you aren't followed. Do this favor for me, and I shall give you the locket.
Here's the lady's pouch. Let's get it to her.
Here's the locket. She's a beauty. Let's take it to Nancy. I know where to find her.
What do you want, pirate? I'll never buy Danny's pirate and gambling ways, but at least I can forgive him. You could tell him that for me.
Oi, no talking directly to the boss. Don't you know who he is?
That there is Squid Viscus, meanest, nastiest smuggler in the whole of Skull Island. And
None of your gold here. This is the black market here, see? We deals in scripts and scripts.
Yeah, hand over them scripts. Mr. Viscus gets right nasty if you make him wait for his scripts, right?
What do you mean, how do we know what he's saying? We all heard him.
Right, now that we've that out of the way, have a look at...
He says, especially one who has scripts to spare.
Right.